I would like to just introduce myself. My name is Halton Cheadle. I'm a Professor Emeritus at the University of Cape Town and a practicing attorney. And my colleague here.
I'm Lula Mamtanga.
And a competition lawyer of note. So I want to welcome you. In fact, my notes say, Ms. Matanga is a competition law expert with extensive experience earned through her former roles at the Competition Commission as a director of the law firm Bowman Gilfillan. We also have Ms. Louise Duplessis from the Competition Commission, sitting in the corner, who is here in the capacity as the head of the inquiry's technical team and evidence leader, and she and the team of lawyers and economists will be assisting the panel, and they're sitting up here in the front in soliciting evidence for the inquiry. To begin, I would like to explain what an inquiry entails, as stipulated in Section 43, capital A of the Competition Act. So an inquiry is a general investigation into the state, nature, and form of competition in a market, as opposed to an investigation of a specific conduct by a specific firm. So we're not looking at specific conduct of a specific firm. It's initiated to pursue the purpose of the Competition Act, which is to promote and maintain competition in the Republic. Now, drawing from this, the grocery retail market inquiry was initiated because the Competition Commission had reason to believe that there exists features or a combination of features in this market that may prevent, distort, or restrict competition. And following the publication of its terms of reference in the Government Gazette on 30 October 2015, the inquiry commenced on 27 November last year. As many of you are aware, the Competition Commission has been very active in various markets, as seen through the widespread media coverage. We've seen various dawn raids on cartel behavior, and most recently in the Gauteng fresh fruit and vegetable market, and exchange rate trading cartel by the banks. This active regulation by the Commission brings comfort to the work that will be done here by both the Competition Commission and the stakeholders, and its importance in society and the economy at large. The findings of the inquiry will provide a factual basis upon which its panel can make evidence-based recommendations to the Minister of Economic Development in order to promote competition and the purpose of the Act. The recommendations may include, but are not limited to, recommendations for new amended policy, legislation or regulations, or recommendations to other regulatory authorities in respect of competition matters. The Minister will then present these findings in Parliament for debate, and subsequently recommendations approved in Parliament will be implemented. Let me give you a brief overview of the inquiry. In line with the terms of reference and the inquiry statement of issues, which are both available on the website, the inquiry will assess competition in the grocery retail market under 6 objectives. Very briefly, the effects of national supermarket chains moving into townships, and what the effect of this move has on small and independent retailers and the informal economy within those areas. Second is the effect of property developers, financiers, and national supermarket chains entering into exclusive lease agreements that restrict landlords from being able to rent space within their developments to other retailers that may potentially compete with these national supermarket chains. The third is the impact of regulations on municipal town planning and bylaws on small and independent retailers in townships and rural areas. 4, the impact of buyer power on buyer groups and other large purchasers of FMCG products on small and independent retailers in townships and the rural areas. 5, the impact of certain identified value chains on the operations of small and independent retailers in townships, rural areas and the informal economy. And the inquiry will also probe the dynamics relating to competition between foreign and Southern African operated small independent retailers, spaza shops, general dealers, etc., in townships, rural areas, and the informal economy. However, it is important to note that this aspect will not be covered during the course of these particular public hearings. It's important to reiterate that these objects are not findings of harm, nor may they be considered as preliminary conclusions of the panel on the status of the grocery retail market. The objectives are listed in the terms of reference and statement of issues are really starting points for the inquiry's analysis of this market, and may be amended as required during the course of the inquiry's assessment, depending on the information received and the submissions made by stakeholders. These objectives are intended to act as a guide to stakeholders when making their submissions of relevant and related issues. From the time that the inquiry started, the technical team and the panel have embarked on an extensive information gathering exercise. The information has been gathered through a number of avenues, including 1, general stakeholder engagements aimed at properly understanding the market; 2, targeted consultations in the form of numerous site visits and revisits to stakeholders in townships in the rural areas throughout the country to gather information on specific information and data; calls for written submissions from stakeholders; surveys, targeted information and data requests, desktop research, and public hearings. At this juncture, the information gathering conduct of the inquiry can be summarized into 4 phases. Phase 1 involved the collecting of literature and existing data on the market, as well as soliciting data that had been collected thus far. Phase 2 involved a 2-pronged consultative process. The first comprised of direct meetings with various stakeholders, including research institutions, consulting houses, universities, all spheres of government, and business organizations dedicated to small business development and in rural areas. Secondly, the inquiry conducted countryside site visits. The technical team and panel members met with, amongst others, small and independent business owners in the informal market, local and foreign, government, grocery suppliers, wholesalers, new market entrants, property developers, and financiers located mainly in township and rural areas throughout the country. The site visits were followed up by revisits, where members of the technical team and panel further engaged with the constituents of associations and organizations formed by small independent retailers in the informal market. The third phase, the inquiry has commissioned 2 surveys targeted at consumers and small businesses respectively. Thus far, the consumer survey has been concluded, and the results will be published on the inquiry's website in the next few weeks. The small business survey is due to be concluded in early July. The fourth phase, which is what brings everyone here, is the public hearing. The public hearings will allow the inquiry to give an opportunity to consumers, retailers of all sizes, especially small and independent retailers, and any other interested parties to submit their views and experiences to the inquiry. The first hearings were held in Cape Town in May. The second hearings were held in Gauteng in June. And this is the third round of hearings which are being held here in KwaZulu-Natal. The inquiry may also decide to hold additional public hearings in other provinces should the need arise. Now, it's important just for the conduct, how we conduct the public hearing. Firstly, these hearings will only cover specific objectives that have been previously stated. This is because some of the objectives, in particular some of those dealing with the informal sector, were extensively discussed and probed during the inquiry's site visits and revisits. The topics to be discussed include, therefore, the impact of the entry of national supermarket chains in townships and the informal economy. The second is the impact of long-term exclusive lease agreements and the role of financiers on competition in the grocery retail market. The third is the impact of regulations and bylaws on competition in the grocery retail market. And fourthly, the impact of buyer groups and buyer power of purchasers of fast-moving consumer goods on competition in the grocery retail market. At this point, though, the powers that are invested in me by virtue of the Act include the following. If stakeholders wish to claim confidentiality, they may do so through the Commission's processes as outlined in Section 44 of the Competition Act. Stakeholders should note that in accordance with Section 72, the failure to answer fully or truthfully is an offence. A person commits an offence if they fail to comply with the Act. And finally, stakeholders should note that they may be summoned should the Commission believe that person is able to furnish any information on the subject of the investigation, or to have possession or control of any book or document or other object. Unfortunately, we've not had to rely on any of these powers because people have made submissions voluntarily. The rules for the public hearing, they're open to the public, except where I rule that confidential matters are to be a witness or a stakeholder wishes to make confidential submissions, in which case then it'll be a closed inquiry. All sessions will be recorded and streamed live online, save for those sessions that are closed. In order to allow proper ventilation of information, we, as well as the inquiry's technical team, may pose questions to the person making oral submissions or to any witness. I do not permit any person, either personally or through legal representatives, to question witnesses or any other person making oral submissions during the hearing. If a stakeholder, however, wants to make an objection or wants to comment or question in respect of any submission made during the proceedings, then that stakeholder must submit in writing the objection, the comment, or question to retail@compcom.co.za, right? Or by telephone, and the details will be given to you by the members of the technical team. So due to the available time being limited, only one representative of a group or entity, either personally or through a legal representative, will be permitted to make oral submissions. Other than witnesses, the parties may wish to call in support of their submissions. Where parties anticipate that different representatives will be needed to address different topics, appropriate arrangements have to be made with us beforehand. The panel may conduct joint hearings, in terms of which any number of persons may be combined as participants in the same proceedings if their respective submissions or responses seem to us to involve substantially the same question of law or facts. So in conclusion, I hope that the coming days here in KwaZulu-Natal will develop a mutual trust, a sense of trust between us that is vital for the proper conduct of this inquiry. The inquiry is not merely important to us, the Commission, and to you as a stakeholder, but it is important to the nation as a whole. The grocery retail market is important as it is part of the chain that ensures food security, creates jobs, allows South African companies to expand, and provides a lot of young people with entrepreneurial opportunities. We hope its results will be to promote the competition in South Africa, and so doing promote an exclusive South African economy. So with these opening remarks, may we call up the KwaZulu-Natal Youth Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. William Zenzile.
I speak?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is William Zenzile. I'm currently the president of KwaZulu-Natal Youth Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We have been invited here to make our presentation on behalf of the chamber. Maybe before I start to you, Chairperson, I would like also maybe to forward right now that I won't be alone in presenting this because we are a delegate from the chamber. We abbreviated KYCCI, that we have made some kind of a presentation that I would like my colleague also at a certain time to come in and present. So I don't know, given the preamble that you have given us, as we are putting the line of march, whether that will be appropriate.
Fine.
No, thanks. May I ask then Mr. Gunene to come forward, please?
Sorry, what was his name? Sorry.
Mr. Vusi Gunene. Gunene.
Sorry, will you just, and his position?
The position is a retail sector advisor to the chamber. In fact, we are also waiting to have also in our midst the CEO of the chamber, which I'm hoping also maybe can be joining us anytime from now. Maybe without waste of time, because I do believe that we are pressed for time. One would want to thank this invitation coming from the Commission to come here and represent specifically the youth in business that are the mainly people that we represent as the chamber that are most vulnerable in this inquiry that we are doing, because those are the ones that we represent and they're always starting businesses, especially in the township, where they want to also to make some inroads into the main economy of the country, because that is their objective. I want to quickly first raise that we want to believe that when we speak of the informal economy, we roughly, in a nutshell, we are saying, speaking of the township economy in our lingo, given the trajectory that we have taken as a country. So whenever I refer to the issue of a township economy, I want to be indirectly also including the informal economy, as you want to put it. I sit in a panel called the KZN Economic Council. In that panel, that's where we discuss many issues that affect the economic trajectory of the province. And one area that we have been given as a chamber a role to play is to seek further interactions with the township economy, of saying how can we make township economy really play its role given the trajectory of the unemployment, high unemployment rate that we are experiencing in our province, especially in the country. Therefore, it's one of our pillars, or it's one of our programs that we want to run as a chamber. I want to also to mention right now that specifically we have been under the township economy, we focus around issues of spaza shops, because we do believe that those are the kind of the main, when I say spaza shop, I'm speaking of tuck shops. Those were the main drivers or the main players within the townships that we have grew up and we have come to know them as people who were within the vicinity of township providing services of convenience stores for the people that are staying in those townships. And recently, one will want to also highlight that there has been an impact that we have seen happening to that sector after 1994, especially when they were driving the issues of shopping centers moving to townships. That we can confirm here that it has made an impact, and an impact that from one side, when you're looking into it, it's a negative one to the owners of the spazas, maybe to the consumers, maybe a positive one, given also what these big conglomerates come with when they come to township, because they come especially with the low prices, given the power that they have when they buy these products. But definitely, when you are speaking of those small independent retailers, it becomes very difficult for them to even compete on the pricing, given the powers or the capacity that they operate under. Therefore, that is one area that we want to believe that it has not really helped that much create that vibrance in terms of the local economy that we envisaged when we were trying to open up the space for the township economy. Therefore, there is a relationship there that I think we need to look into and see really how do we make sure that those people also are protected, given the power that these conglomerate, I want to call this conglomerate because they are very big, and I don't know their power, how far does it go? So definitely we have seen a decline of those puzzles, and those puzzles were more pillars for the families in the area, and especially for families that were depending on those convenient or spaza shop, which today to a certain level have really been eroded. And of course, what I like, it has been replaced also with another type of a setup, same style like the conglomerate or maybe these big supermarkets, where instead of now single spaza shop, now they've kind of buy all the spaza shops, and what they do, they go and buy in bulks. And of course, mainly the people that use that are the foreign nationals. They've come to a point where they've grouped themselves, and they go and try and to be able also to effect the power of those these national supermarket groups, to make sure that also they can have a voice. Well, to what extent that voice, it depends how each group is willing to sacrifice itself, because we'll need to work ×2 the rate of the normal conglomerate or these big companies to really to match the level of the standard that they offer, or maybe the level of selling for your retail, which really also is creating also a new dynamics in terms of the problems that we are facing. While these ones are being eliminated, the other new group is coming in also with its own dynamics, which really it's a bit of a challenge, which I think also definitely we will want also to see how Commission can play its role there in trying to also to regulate that area and see how that can be averted. The third one, look, we do feel that these contesting interest within the township has also in a very light way also fueled the current xenophobic sentiments within the townships, given the space that they're operating in. Definitely, we do believe that because people being squeezed out of business, they find themselves not being able to really to respond to the changing markets. And definitely, we will want to see that at that time, people will want to look for some scapegoats or things that they can relate to in trying to see what is it that is taking away my cheese or my normal income that I used to get. And definitely we want to try and see who is it. And then, of course, it's always the people that are near to you that will want to respond to, forgetting that there's a higher powers, forces that are really moving to push you out. And that is another problem that I'm saying, this xenophobia, attacks and sentiments, there is a drive by these conglomerates, these big companies that are pushing this a negative impact to township, which really is creating this instability that we are seeing in our township. And of course, then we'll need also maybe to put scientific study around that one. But generally, there is that phenomenon that is happening. And to what extent, I think also we'll also want to see how the Commission can assist us in trying to really create a space. We also go as far as to check the issue of the value chain. It's a given, 500 billion market controlled by very four groups. It's a problem. It doesn't need an expert or anyone to tell that there is a problem. We can't allow 4 people to come and monopolize the whole value chain. You can't move. So the Commission must go there and see really what it can be done, break down that power. It's too much, it's concentrated, and definitely doesn't give people to even to grow. Hence, we are experiencing this high unemployment. In fact, South Africa currently, when you speak of entrepreneurial spirit, is sitting nowhere and is not going to grow because there's no space for the entrepreneurial spirit for entrepreneurs to strive, because it has been bottled up, it has been put in the corner, any youth that goes into that market is crushed, and is not only crushed in terms of their business ideas, their spirit, and they end up nowhere. So it's a serious problem that I think really the commission will really appreciate if they can come on board and really see how they can break out that nucleus, because it's very strong from where we are looking. In fact, it's of the same nature like these mobile companies, these cell phone companies. You'll see that these are really serious players who knows what they are doing, but unfortunately they have a negative impact on the general society that we are living in, where we are also trying to raise also future entrepreneurs and space also to service the society that these entrepreneurs are working in. I just wanted to give those few background, which we are hoping that maybe at a later stage we will have a one-on-one opportunity with Commission, where we'll submit some kind of a report coming from the chamber, scientifically also backed up, and in terms of whatever that we'll be raising, so that whatever that you are saying here is not just only something that you raise. It's unfortunate that maybe let me not put it that way, we only got the invitation on Friday, but we thought that it was important that we come, because it is important that we represent our constituency, but we still believe that should we got enough time, we could have come here better prepared to present something solid, even maybe presenting even a paper on this matter, because it's a matter that really we need to really look into it very consciously, in fact, even in a way that of emergence, so that we can be able really to come up with a solution for it. Because on its own, we can't achieve this inclusive growth that we are envisaging as a country. Maybe without further waste of time, I would like to take also this opportunity to give to my Mr. Gnene here to further present, maybe also into details of what as chamber we will be working on as we interact with the commission going forward. Thank you very much, Chair.
Very much.
Morning to you, Chair. Let me just not waste too much time. You know, my colleague has mentioned a very important point here about the 500 billion market that the supermarket retail sector is having, which is captured by the big four of supermarketing company in South Africa. I think we need to go back to 1994. And, you know, the new government took over this country in 1994. But the economy was long taken away from us. That's a fact. We don't need to deny that. The so-called Big Four were allowed to build their empires by the previous government. And they were protected and given land. And if you look at KZN, from Umhlanga Rocks right up to the north of Zululand, there's a lot of sugar cane lands which was given to some of the white monopoly without any paying too much on those lands. And there is also an exclusive shopping center leases arrangement that has been done and conducted by the Big Four. The buying power has become so big, buying power of this Big Four. And traditionally, the manufacturers, which is producers, held the power. But early in the 90s, just before our new government, the power shifted over to the Big Four. They deliberately disregarded the business cycle of retailing, and thus opted to be referred as players and as referees and players at the same time. I'm saying this because if you look at the business cycle of the retail, you know, it starts in the manufacturing, and from manufacturing goes to warehouse, and from warehousing there is distribution, and distribution is into wholesaling, and then retailing at the end. But the Big Fours have disregarded all these sector, this circle of business. That's why I'm saying they are the players and they are the referees at the same time. They are now have decided to approach the farmers, and that's why they've got their name brand, Spar name brand, Pick and Pay no name brand, and everything now they are controlling everything of the economy. Retailing is the major source of employment here in South Africa. The wholesale and retail sector of South African economy is the 4th largest contributor to the gross domestic product, and it employs 22% of the South African total active workforce. So our main concern now, which I think needs to be taken care of, is our township economy was destroyed by the Big Four for them to be involved in marketing, in warehousing, in distribution, in wholesaling, and yet they are retailers at the end of the day. So there is no way that our economy in the township could have survived. And for our country to be serious, to be serious, the distribution of wealth and leveling this inequality, licensing of this business sector needs to be revisited. Because as retailers, the Big Four as retailers, they need to be having a license of retailing. But you see them now distributing with their big trucks, reaching Checkers, ShopRite, Spar, going to and having their warehouses in the same. So these guys are really controlling the retailing sector. And what we are saying now in retailing, the solution that we need to look at is the issue of this licensing needs to be done, given to these retailers according to their business core. And the radical transformation be urgently implemented in the current and or present supermarketing retail status. Now also, the socio-economic impact into the life of the neighboring communities where they are operating their businesses, the employment of the local people, the employees' housing subsidies that needs to be done by them, the education assistance like school bursaries for the employees, that also needs to be looked at. We are also saying that the locals need to be able to be given an opportunity to buy shares, or even the employees need to be given the shares, because we need to equally distribute the wealth of this country. The exclusive lease arrangement currently in the malls, I think, needs to be scrapped, because it's difficult for a small person from the township to open up a bottle store in a mall, because Pick and Pay and Spar, they've got their own liquor outlets, and no one can even be able to get a business in the township, in the malls now. And most importantly, our country needs to come up with economic policies that will take our country out of this technical recession, and that will address the present inequality and the distribution of wealth to the people of this country. Thank you.
Chairperson, just to add on as well on what just has been said. Another thing that maybe because we thought as well that we don't just want to bring problems only. We need also to be proactive and bring solutions, because there must be solutions to everything. Look, for one, I don't know what type of law governs those groups, first of all. But whatever law that governs those groups, I think really it must be looked into. Because really, they are compromising the food security of the country. Because if you speak of a person, of a group that can really be in charge of that power, really, we are also in their mercy, should whatever they want to do. And that, for me, I think it's a problem. And I don't think that we can secure the food security around few groups that can really, at whatever mercy and whatever way they think, and they can give us the price. Because these prices are no longer competitive. It's the price they decide according to what they want to see happening into their triple bottom line of their finances. and that becomes a problem. So for me, I want us to really look into that. Those groups really, they are known. It's unfortunately, we have guided us here, Chairperson, that we don't need to mention names and whatever, but they are known, they are the big fours and they are there. We know all of them. And you can't move without them. All those that have tried to come in fact, even the terms of reference did allude to others who tried to come to the market. They did try to seize a market share, but you can see that that market share, it's only because they had power outside the country that they can come and buy into, especially the likes of the choppies, because now they can be able to buy a certain portion within. The ones that we had that grew up before us, the Cambridge, is gone today. It was bought by Macro and all that. So there is a problem where we are saying that there's no healthy competition out there to allow a space for everyone to grow. Because even the one that is trying to be big is being bought or is being threatened to be taken out. So those are the things, and definitely you can see that if you really don't sell your business now, in the next 5 years, you will be out because they will squeeze you out of your business. So the best way is to put it at a level where it's giving you a good margins in terms of profit, and you quickly sell it to them so that they can manage it. The Cambridge, unfortunately, you allowed them to buy Macro and all that. We can't say anything, but the truth of the matter, these people, they have that power to a point that definitely it's giving a space. It doesn't allow a space for a budding and entrepreneurial people to really play in those sectors. Whereas now, because they even come to the townships, where we will want to believe that because they have settled in the formal what you call areas, definitely the township will allow space for these entrepreneurs to flex their muscles, learn the trick of the trade, but they don't longer get even that space. By the time they want to understand the grip of the sector, they are taken out, like what has happened with the township economy, which personally, where I'm sitting, is dead. The only one that will survive are just few in terms of maybe the tourism and the like, but beyond that, nothing more will come out. So I'm saying I will really want the commission to look into that. The issues of the value chain system, it's bad. Because the whole value system, especially the buyers, are the ones that are controlling this. So definitely you need to go inside there and check really who are the players there, on what, how do they play around in terms of coming with the price. And the way it becomes also a big problem is that these people can buy a product that can stay in shelf for more than 6 months. I'm saying they can stay in warehouse or whatever, while they are pushing what they are pushing in terms of their objectives for a certain product. And definitely we're not going to move. So I'm saying there are serious challenges that we do believe that has been put upon us as budding, as entrepreneurs who want also to play in the space, so that we are hoping that maybe the Competition Commission who can really assist in really breaking that power, because it's not a healthy power from where we are sitting. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Mr. Chairperson. In conclusion, I think the Competition Commission needs to strongly and seriously look at the cycle that I spoke about, the retail cycle. Supermarketing, it's retailing. It has got nothing to do with distribution, with logistics, with wholesaling, with wholesale. So a wholesaler must be given a license to wholesale. A warehouse must be given a license, because these guys are doing everything in one. There's no way that you can compete with these people, because they go to the farmers, they even empower farmers, they even give them money, they even give them everything for them to grow their produce, and they have exclusive rights of getting their produce, like the woolies of this world. It's difficult for small SMMEs to be able to sort of start their business afresh, because these people are players, they are referees at the same time. It's difficult really for the South African economy to flourish and the unemployment to be eradicated if such big four guys will be giving an opportunity to sort of continue with what they're doing now.
Okay, thank you. Just for the sake of our record, can you mention who the big four that you are talking about, just for the sake of the record?
The big four here, we're talking of Woolworths, we're talking of Spar, we're talking of Pick and Pay, we're talking of ShopRite Checkers.
Is Woolworths operating in the townships?
Not really in the township, but they do operate in garages.
Okay. Okay, and then Mr. Zenzile mentioned that the entry of when the malls were developed, or the idea of having malls in townships or in the townships and rural areas was to create a vibrant economy. Can you speak to that idea? What exactly was envisaged? What was hoped to be achieved by having the malls, having supermarkets? What exactly, what has failed about that idea or about that which was envisaged? And what is it that was envisaged for us? We need to understand that.
No, thanks.
Ms. Matang.
Ms. Matang, okay, sorry.
Matanga.
Yeah. Look, I think what we are saying is that the economy right now, we know that it have centers where it operates, where it's active, like for the city of Durban. That's where they will find economic activity happening. So there was a plan that was saying that we need to diversify or distribute this wealth to also go into townships, so that also we can have centers of economy, local economies, we call it local economies, so that in that areas also people cannot flock to the cities, so that whatever that is happening in the city can also be found in the Kwamashu, Tuzuma, and the likes. And of course, the thing that was maybe from whoever, when they were planning, was that in those economies, people in that areas must be active so that they can also like almost do the same activities that are happening in the cities, but within the townships. It can be in a form of food, clothing, and everything that can be done nearer. It's unfortunately no one calculated the impact that will be created by those. Because now people, I think, because it's not going to be easy to build what you call buildings and the likes, rather put it in a form of a shopping center where everyone will be there. It's unfortunate then they never anticipated that maybe the people that are in the township don't have money to buy into the spaces and the like. So I think that was just kind of like an idea that I believe was envisaged when they were proposing the issues of local economies, which I believe the execution maybe they didn't have an understanding of saying that even if we want to create these noble objectives and trying to give people space to be active in their local economies, but also you need to regulate it or manage it so that the bigger ones cannot come in and manipulate the space, and also be able, as they've done now, because they've really maneuvered everyone in the townships to a point that now everyone now is reliant on these malls to get the services. I always say the convenient grocery kind of for the family households. Okay. That was a background to distribute the economic activities within these local economies.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, I get you. You also mentioned the liquor licenses that you say should be scrapped. Am I correct?
I don't know.
Sorry. Yeah. The liquor license to be scrapped? No. I was just referring to these big fours, that when they get into these shopping centers, it's difficult for the township SMMEs to get into the shopping centers, because those big guys have got their own also liquor trading licenses for their own. So it's difficult. They come to the shopping, to the township to monopolize and take everything that can be done by the local people.
Okay. So you're basically saying that they are selling food, they're selling meat, they're selling baked goods and liquor.
Exactly.
So your specialty retailers are now housed under one store.
They've even gone a step further now. They even have their pharmacies in their supermarket, inside their supermarket.
Okay.
And they've got counters where you can be able to sort of they do everything. You can get you can buy tickets for the buses. You can do anything in the counters now. So that is taking everything that you think about in terms of retail. They monopolize the whole of retail.
Okay. Would you say the problem is with them, is with the big four or big three, or let's say big four, you've said, having these specialty retail segments within their supermarkets, that is a problem? Or is it the manner in which they operate, in the manner in which they're able to source? Where does the biggest problem lie?
The main problem,
so if you were to deal with this, do we stop? What would you say needs to be done?
The main problem is the licensing. That's exactly, I keep on saying this. You cannot have a warehouse. You cannot have a distribution and at the same time be a retailer. Let me give you a good example. There's a friend of mine who sells liquor somewhere in the township. And one day he was asked by his customer that, you know what, how can I buy a bottle of whiskey from you for so much money, and yet we buy it from Macro at the same price with you? And in other words, the SMM is in the township, where they replenish their products. It's the same place where any person from the township can go and get it from Macro at the same price. And that is killing, because that is killing the business of the township. I don't know whether I've explained it fully.
You know, I hear you. What I also, I'm not, this is not cross-examination, I just want to understand. For example, when you raise concerns about supermarket chains owning warehouses and distribution facilities or systems, or being players in that segment of the value chain, can I ask this question to you? If, for example, you had a township business person who started a retail store and grew the store, wouldn't the next level of that retail store, when they want to be efficient as a store, wouldn't their next level be saying, actually, for me to be efficient in operating my store, the first thing I would need my own warehouse? What would be wrong with that? Forget that it's being done by the Big Four, for any retailer for that matter. What's wrong with any retailer owning a warehouse facility? What's wrong with any retailer owning a distribution facility as a starting point?
You see, if you want to join this as a new player in the industry, you come in there to open up your own business. It's difficult to compete with the people that have got that are fully muscled in terms of financial background, and those guys, they've got all that. And if for instance Spar goes to the township, and you want to open up a supermarket, there's no way that you can compete. Those guys have got their buyers that sits in their warehouse, and they deal directly with the suppliers. And you cannot start a small business and at the same time employ buyers for you to sort of furnish your products. It's difficult. So this guy, that's why I'm saying, a retailer must be a retailer, must be given a retailing license. A warehouser must do the warehousing. A distributor must buy trucks and distribute those products. And if you do all those things, as these guys are doing, it's difficult for small players to come into play. It's difficult.
Okay. So if for example, if the Big Four were to be prevented from owning warehouses and distribution facilities, this, as a starting point, would it enable other players to come in, smaller players, to do distribution for them, to offer warehousing for them?
That will be the distribution of wealth. Because I'll open up a company to distribute and go to SPA and say to them, guys, can I distribute for you? Then that will be the proper distribution of wealth. But presently, they're doing everything for themselves. It's difficult for people to display their skills, their business skills, because these guys are doing everything at once.
I just want to understand, because there are, in terms of how the supermarket chains have done things, it's things that have developed over time. Let's say the ownership of warehouses, the ownership of distribution facilities, having their distribution centers. It's things that have, they were not there at the beginning. It's things that they did later. And we could be asked, or you could be asked, or anyone can be asked as to why hasn't anyone approached them before to make these offers to them? Were there any offer? Like, is it something that you, as a youth, or as business owners, as entrepreneurs in these areas, would have wanted to do? Did you come forward asking to do this, or are you only complaining now that they are doing this, offering these services to themselves? Because it could have been the lack of these services being efficiently offered to them.
In my introduction, I said these empires were given by the previous government, and they were protected by the. And when we were busy ululating and be happy about us getting the country, and this guy, the economy was already taken by them. So this guy sat down and they strategized, and they said to themselves, if we can give them the land, we can give them, but not the economy. So the way they strategize the whole operation in supermarketing, it's not only supermarketing, in all the sectors of business. You just think about it seriously. It's difficult for a small player to go into the shopping center at the present moment, when these guys are really giving the leeway and for them to do. I think the licensing, when each and every license has surely it's renewed on a yearly basis, but I think they need to be revisited. A policy needs to be reintroduced seriously for each and every sector, not to sort of operate under, because warehousing is another sector, logistics another, but these guys are taking all these things for them to operate a SPA, for them to operate a pick and pay.
Okay. My last question. You also said that they've become referees as well as players in the sector, and then to an example that you gave to that, you mentioned the fact that they now have the no-name brands in their stores, yes, where they directly approach farmers. Can you just expand on that as to how does the ownership or selling of no-name brands in their stores make them referees and players in this sector?
Let me just tell you, retailing, I've worked in retailing for 16 years, and I was working under one of these big fours, and I was one of the guys that were really seen as the future directors in that company. You know, we are talking about this, but surely they are not even, the way they are so ignorant, I'm sure they are not even present here. That's the first thing that I noticed. They're not even present here. But you are talking about a very important issue. We're talking about 500 billion market here. And they're not here, obviously. And if you do your name brand, there are a lot of things that you need to take into consideration. You go to the farmer, you give them the menus, you give them everything, and you get a good product. These guys, they've gone in an extent of branding. They do their own branding now. And when it comes to merchandising their supermarket, they even look at the space which they call eye-level merchandising, whereby even if they are in their store layout, when they do their store layout, they know that the entrance is there, and they'll put their service departments where you'll be, and the traffic, their customer traffic, they strategize it so good that you end up having not having money in your pocket. And that's how they do it with the unnamed brands. They have strategized. I know, I've been there and I've worked with them. And the unnamed brands, mind you, they are the cheapest. They even put the compare prices on their chef chokers. And the name brand, baked beans name brand of Spar, they merchandise it next to Cool baked beans. And the price, the no-name brand, their brand will be cheaper than the Cool. So those guys have done it, they've done the research, they know exactly what they're doing. And that's why I'm still saying that the licensing of those guys needs to be taken into consideration. Talking about what is happening in Township, it's all the branches. Guys, let's go to the roots of this problem. The branches and the flowers and all that about what is happening in Township, the root of the problem is let's look at the licensing of these guys.
This is my very last question. You also mentioned the point that the entry of malls and supermarkets into townships has resulted in a negative impact on small and independent retailers. That's how I'll call them. You said spaza shops, but I'll say small and independent retailers. That's what it's done. But also, it has had a positive impact on the consumers. Now, if you are sitting where we are sitting, and you are faced with it too, why would we say? How would we say the township economy is worse off? Is it worse off when your small and independent retailers are no more, or is it worse off when? Why must we choose between the two? What are we supposed to do with it, with what has happened, where there's a decline in small and independent retailers, as well as, and yet consumers have benefited? How would you say this inquiry must address this?
Yeah, I think I'm the one who raised that. You know, I believe in
noting the importance of the benefits to the consumer.
Yes, no, true. Look, I think we are one for progress in anything that is happening. So one would want to say that we must always welcome new and innovative ways of doing things so that we can progress. It's unfortunately sometimes as those things happen, there will be people that will be eliminated. It's the nature of the beast that we are in. So for me, where we are coming in is that it must be done in a way that is done progressively without hampering those who are already in the business. In fact, they need also to be assisted, because no one goes into those types of sectors just for the sake of being there. They have a wish also of growing up, in fact, of their business to grow and also be of the same level as others. But if the level that we are offering is not equal, then it becomes a problem. So I'm saying it can be a good for consumers, that they will be happy because they are getting it at a certain price. But it's happening in an environment that is not fair, if I can use that word, because we are using two people here, like the Goliath and the David, and they are all offering a service. But definitely this time David dies. It's unfortunate because these ones, they have power, because definitely they coming up with the resources. They are coming up with the backup, the know-how. They come up with everything. They are very, there's precision in what they're doing. And it's very easy. They have money. If you have money, you can move anything before you. There's nothing that can stop you. So I'm saying what is happening is that unfortunate, because the people that are there are being squat out without being given a fair chance to compete equally on the consumers. That is where we are saying we need some protection from the Commission to assist those to grow in an environment that will allow them in the future. Those who are big, they must compete alone in a certain environment. If they come to those levels, they must also understand that those levels also, they are protected and there are people that need to grow to be like them in the future, because they can't always be there forever. They must give space as well for others so that life can all participate and grow into whatever direction. So I'm saying, maybe to answer you short, is that the level of competition is not equal. So it's allowing others to be more powerful than the others. Then it squashes them out of the market.
So you basically, I think you touched on this a bit in your submission. So at the core of the advantage that the Big Four has is the fact that they were able to operate pre-94 and they were able to grow their businesses.
Yes.
And come 95, where your small and independent retailers in the township could start operating legally, you then have to you faced businesses that were well established, and yes, therefore you were just out-competed. Yes. And that's what you are dealing with.
There's no fair competition given the scale.
There could not have been fair competition at that point.
Exactly, given the resources and the powers that they have.
That they came with.
That they came with in the townships, maybe, or even any other places, which will depend. But for now, let us maybe focus on the township. Maybe it can be urban areas or whatever.
Okay. And again, the township retailers, it's difficult for them to get finance. You go to the bank will ask for deposit and all that. And these guys have got financial muscle, and it's difficult. I'm just adding in, what my colleague has just said. It's really difficult for the SMMEs to operate in the township.
Maybe just also to assist. I think maybe also because I don't know, because at the end of the day, everyone is going to business to make profit. Exactly. That's a bottom line, and that we cannot take away from. But where I'll want maybe to even maybe propose to the commission is that should really this Big Four be found really, just I don't know, because the way they are, of course we need to do some investigation, but we know that down the line there is some collaboration of information somewhere where they're operating. It's an obvious thing. Of course you guys have the expertise to do that. And in fact, I can guarantee you sitting here that it's not only be in retail. In fact, all the sectors in South Africa, somewhere down the line, these people they've really monopolized it. It's a matter of just getting you guys to maybe drill through and see how we go. But since we are focusing on the retail, mine will be to say that maybe as they come into this township, there must be some regulation that will assist those that are in township also to grow. That is where. So it must be embedded in their regulatory framework of these big companies, so that we can see these also small guys flourishing, because all we want here is the flourishing of other people within a healthy environment. Because the environment that is happening out there, it's a very scary one, to be honest. In fact, before a child is born, is talking. So we can see that things are happening very abnormal, to a point that it's not giving space for these SMMEs to grow. And I've even alluded that when they start to grow, they're also being bought out. In fact, you go yourself and you surrender before they even buy you out, because you know that soon. I know one company that they've done that. In fact, Cambridge, they did that. Oxford, they did that, and many others that definitely want to become a trade. They come to you, they buy you in, and of course they offer you money. And others, entrepreneurs, because they understand that they will have to go for another mileage or another period where they are growing it. Others, they just take the shortcut. But those are the other industries that I believe are supposed to be the others that challenges these big ones, but they're taken out of the game before they grow to that level. So definitely we'll never find anyone rising to that level, because every time you raise up your head, they calculate and they sort you out and you're out. And they maintain themselves where they are. So it's set for life. It's like it's something that is there for them forever. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much. So you're basically asking this inquiry to create an enabling environment for small and independent retailers to operate in the space.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Just a few follow-up questions or questions of clarity from my side. With regards to the competition placed on spaza shops by your large supermarkets, my understanding of the sector so far is that spaza shops are generally used by consumers for convenience purposes. So, you know, you're not going to do your monthly shopping there, but maybe you're going to buy a bread or something small from the spaza shop on your way home, or later at night or early in the mornings. And for that reason, consumers are a little bit more willing to pay a little bit more for the products in those shops. So how then does the large supermarket place a competitive constraint, or what is the degree of the competitive constraint that the large supermarket places on the spaza shop, given that it seems to me that there's a slightly different product that they're providing, not in the sense of the actual product, but the service offering, the fact that the spaza shop provides a more convenient service, whereas the supermarket seems to be there for maybe monthly shopping as opposed to convenient shopping.
Sorry, to answer your question, I will also ask you a question. Until when are we going to remain as spaza shops? Until when in the township are we going to be seen as little players? Until when are we going to be players? For many years, the SMMEs has been struggling. And you cannot tell me now that we need to remain a spaza shop. Can we remain spaza shop for life? We just want to be big players. We just want to be there. My colleague has said that clearly, that the transfer of information, and also the bank must come in and help us. There are many young, intelligent guys that can operate supermarkets exactly as exactly as Pick and Pay. Spaza shop and tuck shops, we don't need to be there. We don't.
Okay. If I can also add to what my colleague is saying. Look, the convenience stores definitely were supposed to be doing just that. But given the pricing of these commodities that are found in the convenience stores, the big shops now have become convenience stores for the community. So definitely, how is that? Is because they offer whatever community at a better price. And because they can do that, they have muscle, they have money. In fact, I just want to be just specific. They have money. Therefore, they can buy, as I've said, they can buy a product, keep it in the warehouse for as much as they want. Because, look, if you have a big company, that is very easy to do and drive your certain agenda and certain interest to what you want to achieve. And it's easy with this guy. So I'm saying where we are in is that they were supposed to be doing that, if I'm answering you. But unfortunately, it's no longer. In fact, people now, what they usually do, they wake up and they say, hey, the Rama, the small one that we're talking about is 10 rand. If I go quickly to Spar, I can get a bigger one at 10 rand. So anyone, when you have to do a decision, you just say, I'd rather just spend another 5 rand quickly to go to the shopping mall, buy that big Rama. At least it's no longer going to just last for just 2 weeks. It's going to last for a month, and at a cheaper price. So that's where it becomes a problem. That's how then are they squeezed off, if I'm trying to answer what you are raising.
Can I just add on? I think this will be also important. Let me tell you, let me give you what is really happening in the township now, as far as spaza shop are concerned. The spaza shop has been taken by the foreigners. And the foreigners are being financed by the Indian wholesalers. And you go to a spaza shop now, which is run by a foreigner. It's fully, it has got every product. But those products are being given by the Indian wholesalers. And what is happening to the locals? That's why you see in the service deliveries, the first thing that they do, they'll ban those tuck shops. Why? Because they're not owned by the locals anymore.
Then just another follow-up question on the SOSA, and I think we touched on it already. You indicated when large malls come in or shopping centres come into township areas that it's bad for small businesses, but it's also good for consumers. Can we break down? So I think we clear on what the impact on small businesses are. They close down. What is the impact on the consumer? So I think we've alluded to price differences. Are there any other benefits that this has brought for the consumer?
Look, to be honest, when it comes to consumers are tight-strapped in terms of money. We don't have their purse. There's not enough money. So anything that will come to them, that will make their rent go far, they will take it. So that's why I'm saying when it comes to the consumers, in terms of what have been offered, definitely can be a plus for them. Because what is happening, if you have 10 rand, then they can buy more in the what you call, in the shopping malls, given, as I've said, the buying power of these companies, and also they can push promotion in whatever way they want it. In fact, they can even push promotion even for bread. It's something that these convenience stores are living on, because they know that we want to maybe sell bread at 15 rand, or maybe they get for 10 rand or whatever. It will depend. So I'm saying definitely it's a plus for consumers, but we would have loved that plus be done within the SMMEs, not to be forced. Maybe it can be forced, but in whatever direction, to a point that those SMMEs, they can also sell at that level, which will be able to assist those also the consumers, their rent to go a long way. So, but currently what is happening, these are being forced out of the market. And people now, instead of choosing them, they are going straight to them because of the price consciousness, if I can just put it that way. The other one, I don't want to dwell much around it. I think I did raise the issue of who now operates these plaza shops and the way how they operate these plaza shops, which I no longer want to dwell much around that, other than to say that it's unfortunate because even the foreigners we are talking of, others now they are being employed by these big companies to just push their merchandise. So in fact, they are using plaza shop as point of sales for their what you call, for their merchandise. So when you are looking, see, when you go to this plaza shop, people that are there no longer, in fact, the person who owns the plaza shop now takes rent only. The foreign nationals, they just take a percentage for pushing the goods in terms of whatever that is. But the whole thing goes back to these big companies. That is the main thing. Whatever that is happening there is like, it's just like employing somebody to manage your business, an extension of the business of ShopRite in the township. That I think that is what is happening. So the issues of SMMEs and all that is gone. It's gone altogether. It's just a direct. It's a moving of goods directly to the consumer through the channel, which a person will just play his role of being taking rent, the other one of just taking the logistic issues of moving things from the distribution point. But the whole thing is just that is not managed by you. We are just a person who's just being, in fact, we are being employed, if I can put it that way.
Just to clarify there, so I understand that you're saying people in some of those plaza shops then are employees rather than the owners of and that the money goes to a big corporation. Though that corporation, are you saying those corporations are one of the four major players, or are there other corporations?
You know, when you speak of these plaza shops, I wouldn't necessarily say at these big fours. I want to say that distribution centers, which also indirectly will find that they're also linked into, because they're sharing the same space. Of course, without really maybe, because I don't have full information, which I'm hoping maybe by me raising it, maybe we'll just go and get more details. But the big distribution centers, they all go by from the same, what you call, people who produce this, maybe Colgate, whoever, they go there, all of them. So in a way, you'll find that at the end of the day, the people here that just manage employees for the company to just move their goods direct to the consumer and get the money back to the main company. The only thing that they're just doing there is to serve as point of sales for their goods, which really defeats the whole purpose of an SMME, growing a business, getting the challenges and doing whatever that it needs to do to able to business to grow.
Okay. On exclusive lease agreements, I think you've both touched on the issue of exclusive lease agreements. In your experience, the businesses that are excluded as a result of these exclusive lease agreements, are they full-on supermarkets, independent supermarkets, or are they more specialty shops like a bakery or a butchery? In your experience, which businesses are mostly excluded by those lease agreements?
You see, a mall, any developer will look for an anchor tenant, and an anchor tenant is the business that is bringing food in the mall, and the big fours are always anchor tenants. And when they come to the mall, they come with their bakery, they come with their service department, they come with their liquor, they come with their pharmacies. And those are and if you give them a space for them to be anchor tenant, they will detect to you who is the property, who is the owner of that land. So it's difficult for young guys, for SMEs to sort of go in a mall and operate.
I understand that, and I don't think we're questioning that. What I would like to know is, in your experience, what are the types of businesses that are often excluded from the malls because of those lease agreements? Are they usually a large supermarket or a supermarket with selling all kinds of products, or are they more specialty shops such as a bakery or a butchery selling only specific products?
A supermarket consists of what? A supermarket now, if you go to a supermarket, there is a bakery, there's a butchery, there's a fresh produce inside. And the township SMMEs, those are their specialties. And there's no way that they can now operate in a mall.
One of the things that we need to do when we do our analysis is to show the effects of exclusive lease agreements on small businesses and on the consumer. And in order to do that, we need to understand or find more information around who is it that is excluded. And I hear what you're saying. Everybody selling everything everything that's sold in a supermarket is excluded. But in order for us to really assess this, and in order for us to really have the ammunition to do something about it, we need to know what the scale is and who exactly is excluded from these malls. So in your experience and your, with the time that you've spent and worked in the sector, in your experience, is it more who are the small bakeries excluded from the malls, or is it more so a large independent retailer that would have been excluded from these malls? In your experience, who are the ones that are mostly excluded from the malls because of these exclusive lease agreements?
The retailing, totality of the retailing, a store will go, a supermarket, one of the big fours will go in there, and they've got their own service department. And it's same question, same answer that I'll be giving you. The liquor, the bakery, the grocery, and those are things that the locals are good at, and it's difficult for them to operate.
Sorry, just to be specific, I think we'll just say butchery, bakery, liquor store. Those are other things that I think, and of course, also the issues of grocery. Of course, the grocery then is a supermarket, which I think also they're open to operate in that space. But definitely the butchery, bakery, and the liquor, those are the main things that you'll find within the township that we use to sustain people within the township, of course, including the convenience store, what then the supermarket in the main they are doing.
Okay, thank you. Do you perhaps have a list, or would you be able to, after this these hearings, compile a list perhaps of businesses that you know of that have been excluded? Number one, have already been excluded from the mall, or that are about to close down as a result of the mall in the area? I think if you can provide us with that, that would assist us greatly. One last question from my side, and that is something that you mentioned earlier, that with regards to bulk buying, and that you're seeing also a trend in spaza shops that are now moving into bulk buying in order to also be able to provide lower prices to consumers. Can you perhaps talk a little bit more about that? Where have you seen that? What is the format that takes on? And there perhaps tips as to, or things that you've seen that has worked, that other local operated spaza shops could, for example, also think about to make their businesses more competitive?
Yeah, with this one, it depends, because unfortunately, South Africa, it's a country where you can't divorce race when you deal with issues. We can't. So one of the big main issue, which sometimes also do play a role in the terms of buying and all that, which it creates also a challenge for whoever that maybe wants to play into that space, which maybe from where we are sitting will be to say the people of coming together as spazas or whoever in trying to buy is of course out of being squeezed by the big ones, so that they can also try and come up with a price where they can be competitive to their consumers or to their market, to a point that sometimes they squeeze themselves out of even what their intentions in terms of them opening business. Because when you open a business, you want to be in charge of your business and be able to make profits and all that. But sometimes you find yourself, as I've said now, being an employee in a business, because now you want to fit a certain range where only top guns are playing, which I'm saying that I would say it was going to be positive if those people that were in that sector, they were really buying for themselves. But now it's no longer for them, it's for these big companies to buy for them and go and push merchandise on behalf of them. Then it loses the whole objective of saying SMMEs are buying in bulks rather than pushing a commodity for a certain company, which is where I'm saying maybe it's a bit where I'm saying it's negative. Because it was nice if you were saying that, no, with the intention of growing and whatever, then they have a share in the company, they have 30% or 40%, then they are pushing goods, then also they'll come and be part and parcel. But here they are just being used as employees. I want to go further than that. They are being used. So it defeats the purpose of SMME. So maybe if you ask me, is it a good thing? It's a bad thing, because it's not giving a good opportunity for these companies to grow and become what they want, or maybe to be like them in the future. So that will be the disadvantage that I think I have seen coming. And again, why they go as far as that? Because they don't have capacity. They don't have resources, they don't have money, they don't have anything. Therefore, whoever controls dictates. That's a law of the jungle. You control, you dictate. So it's being dictated to them. That, look, we don't have money, whatever, rather than you going out, we will just make sure that at least we are in the chain, in the channel. And again, what you are doing, you'll find yourself, you'll see what you can do within the channel. But you are not in charge. We are not the owner. We are not the person who determines that this product, when I've pushed it, I know that at the end of the year, whatever, I'm getting my money or whatever. It's just something that I've said, we are more like we are employed to just push things to go to the market. So it's not achieving the objective of saying that maybe in the near future we'll have another companies that will come and play in the same space. It's not going to happen, because already they've been taken, their power is gone. If maybe I'm trying to answer your question.
Yes, thank you. Is there scope though for local if you know the owner of your shop and it's not, you don't have a number of employees, so it's not the model that you're talking about now, but do you think it will help for people that own their own businesses to work with another business owner and maybe 5 other business owners to buy together so that you can get a lower price?
I think that is one of the solutions. You know, we're not saying these guys must leave the township. We are saying wrap in the local guys, wrap in people that have got a passion, that have got love to operate in the supermarket. Bring them in as this Big Four and give them shares on those companies. And it has to be something like after 5 or 6 years, then they move away and they give over. There must be that. We need to share this cake. It mustn't be taken by by these monopolies only. We also need to sort of have the share of what is really happening.
In fact, to add, will be to say what you are raising is what one will envisage as a solution. But unfortunately, those who are in charge, they don't open space for that. They only open space for, as said, as a huge, someone who's just going to be a carrier. And definitely, once now you negotiate beyond that, then now you are negotiating on what you call on area where really is not your forte, because it's us who's bringing the money. You see, so yes, if that channeling and all that was empowering people on the far end, that was going to be good. But unfortunately, it's not. In fact, it's taking them out and it's just giving them a space just to be part and to be players, but not to be key players within what is happening. And after 5 years, they just end up being you and me sitting here. And you ask them, what have they achieved? They achieved nothing, because they are all being used. If I can put, they are used. They are no longer even pursuing their passion or their objectives in terms of what they want to achieve as business people. So that is where I think maybe we need to look into details and check really. And unfortunately, those people are not willing. The truth be told, that's why we are coming. That's why I believe also we are coming with all these terms of radical economic transformation. Because those are, in fact, I always believe that we're not supposed even to speak about these terms if really people were willing to interact. But now we are coming with these terms because you can see there's a stubbornness coming from other quarters. And really, the status quo is remaining as strong as it is. So there must be some interventions to make sure that we break the status quo. Because if really people were coming forth, all of them, they know each other. All of them, they know each other. I don't think they talk. Say, hey, from my sector, this is what you are going to from this. And then we grow and we make sure that after a certain period, we know that we're no longer speaking of 3%. We are speaking of people owning 15, 20. Then you know that there is some cooperation. But to go maybe from 17 in the past down to 3%, it tells that we are regressing. So there is a blockade, there is a barrier, there are people who are refusing. And that is what exactly I'm trying to say, that is not going to happen, because again, even if we can put them in this channel, definitely those who are in charge will say, we'll just give you the part just to play the role of delivering and all that. But the ownership lies intact. That I think it's a problem. So they're not gaining anything by them being in those. They can form 5 or 10 or everything, but if really they cannot be people in the future that can participate to a point that they become like them, then it becomes a fruitless exercise, which I'm seeing is happening currently.
Thank you.
I have one follow-up question. When you say spaza shops are being used to channel goods, who's using them? In fact, do you have specific examples of the corporates or the businesses, the entities that are using them?
Must I bring names?
Yes, please.
Sorry about that. One company is the one for Phoenix. What's that name? It's a I forgot. It's a Phoenix wholesale. They are very big. In fact, they've taken all the foreign nationals who are driving this spaza shop to come underneath them, so that they can be able to interact with them, so that they can push their product and whatever. So from the distribution point of things, I'm raising that company. From the side of the, what you call these supermarkets, these big ones, I'm raising the issues of managing things within their sales, driving people out in terms of price. That's how they push you out. From the side of the supermarkets, these big ones, they push you via price because they have power. From the side of distribution points and all that, that's how they collude and be able to drive things. And there's one company in Phoenix that does that. And I think it's supplying mainly the whole network of spaza shops within these townships, where really they're driving people out. Just I forgot the name, but I'll remember.
It's fine when we do follow up
Interact.
on some of the things that you said you will follow up on.
Yeah, no, too, I really appreciate
We'll then
that.
remind you.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
You mentioned that you would have prepared a report, or you are going to prepare a report. We would certainly welcome that.
No, that will be, we want to do
in
that
writing
as well.
and
Put
send
it
to the
in writing.
Commission.
No, definitely we'll do that.
With that, then I must just thank you very much for your submissions. We're going to break for lunch. There is, as I understand it, a change in schedule for the afternoon. We'll have Ugu, is it the Association of Business, I think, after lunch. What time? We were up until 2. So we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. Okay, we reconvene. We have the Ugu Association of Business. Who's the spokesperson? Would you introduce yourself and also just explain Ugu, what it stands for? Is it an acronym?
Good afternoon. My name is Tandu Xolo Ncane, the chairperson of Ugu Association of Business, which is the chapter of KwaZulu-Natal Association of Business. The association is representing some business forums in the rural areas and townships. Our membership is the institutional base, which means it's an organizational membership. It's not an individual membership. I'm the Secretary General in the province under KwaZulu-Natal Association of Business. Then I'm the chairperson of Ugu Association of Business. Thank you.
And what does Ugu stand for? UGU?
Ugu is a district municipality which is in the south coast of the KwaZulu-Natal. The name Ugu, which means is in the coast. Yes. Ogwini.
Exactly, yes.
Thank you very much. Do you want to, can I just ask you, when you say it's organizational, roughly how many businesses do you represent, would you say?
We've got different organizations that we represent. In KZN, we've got 11 districts. Each district, we have organizations like chambers, business forums, business associations, sector associations, secondary co-ops, and other organizations that are representing farmers. Our members are now almost 58.
Thank you. Do you wish to make submissions now? Would you address us? Yeah.
What we want to submit to the Commission, we thank for that opportunity that you've been given to us to present what is the concern in the retail sector, especially in the township and the rural, as our motive is the revitalization of the economy in the rural and the township. The issue on the retail sector that is concerning us is a competition between the big businesses like wholesalers and chain stores, and also the rural shops like spaza shops, general dealers, supermarkets that are run by our black people in the rural area that are suffering because of the competition that we have. The problem is that our people, they don't have a capacity to compete with these chain stores because of some few challenges that they face. Firstly, there's no developmental system in place that help them to be able to compete. Also, the funding side, they don't have easy access on the funding. The main one is the way they are treated by these wholesalers and chain stores. Since 2013, we did a study to find out why our businesses are closing down and they've been taken over by our brothers from African countries.
then we found out that there is no system in place that enables them to compete. The issue of prices, the issue of the market, the issue of discounts. When we do our research also, we find out that the wholesalers in our area, we've got a big one which is called bargain wholesalers. That is the main one that we have. What do they do there? When you are a local person, you are South Africans, you are not a first choice. They start with our brothers from African countries. They give them some discounts that we're not able to get because we're not buying in group. We know why the these brothers are getting discount, because they're buying in group. They've got their buyers, people that are buying for them, buying in bulk. So they're able to buy the big amount of goods. Us, we have a problem because we are going there to buy as individually and we're not able to meet their way of buying. But we are submitting in the commission that we are not happy with the way our people are treated. They are treated in the manner that when you try to approach these groceries, wholesalers and chain stores, they don't want to talk to you. But our members, they've got proof of the slips that when you go to the shelves, you find that there is a sale of something. When you're taking to the till to pay, it shows that on the, when they scan it, it shows there in the bottom, that is the amount that is on the till. But when it go back on the total, it start to go back on the original price. So we are saying that is not a fair practice in the business. Because if you are telling me your rice is 68 rand, but when I came to the till, when I start to look to my slip, I find that is 92 rand. That maybe it was the original price. As the association, we feel that there is a manipulation and exploitation of our people that are cannot able to compete with other groups or with other race or African people. So I will stop there. That is our submission. We already wrote a report. Maybe it will assist you also if we can submit it later to you or by the email or post it to you. But I've got my brothers here if there's something else that I have left. I've got Themba Zondi in my left, and I've got Johannes Shabane in my right, and Baba Umkoi there, who are part of the team. They will add if anything that I left out. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. My name is Themba Zondi. I'm from Ugo Association of Business. I think what I need to add is the challenge of this mushrooming of malls in rural areas and in township. The mushrooming of malls is actually putting our members into a disadvantaged situation, whereby, as we are aware, those are the chain stores. They buy in bulks. Wherever they go, you find out our own existing businesses are being closed down. And all of a sudden, there are no space that is actually open for those spaza shop and businesses which are actually operating in the area. And then people are actually being forced now to actually go to these malls. And also, the challenge is that those chain stores, when they came into the area, like for instance, one practical example, Boxer, when Boxer come into the area, they come in sort of a combo, whereby we have got a supermarket, you've got a warehouse, you've got your box, your liquor store. we challenge Liquor Board with regard to that, because across the road there is a bottle store, the owner of the bottle store, who have been there for years. And here comes the Boxer store putting their mall on their shopping complex. And Liquor Board is actually providing the license to the very same person who is Boxer just across the road, which is about 30 meters, 50 meters away from. And then we feel that is actually not fair to the original, because in terms of the conditions of actually issuing those licenses as per Liquor Board presentation, that is not fair. It's not applicable to those shops, and our people are actually put into a disadvantaged situation. Liquor Board cannot be able to provide us with answers as to what is the process, because the system and the process that is applicable to township and rural areas, it simply means it's simply not applicable to those big sort of franchise stores in our areas. And as I'm saying that, when they close, when they are actually putting those malls, they don't open the space for those existing shops and businesses to trade. You go there, you find out there is somebody who is actually running the renting. The rent is so high, nobody can actually afford. We try to persuade them that at least put some shelters outside so that those people can actually trade as normal. But that is actually sort of happening. And then under no circumstances, then you can actually compete with those people on those areas. I think that's the major challenge. We're also trying to negotiate with the very same chain stores, the Boxers and so on, and we find out that we're saying that we have got our members in agriculture who are producing vegetables for those chain stores to actually procure those goods from the local people, and we find that this is actually not happening. Something that is simple, cabbage, they can import cabbage from far away, as far as Free State and somewhere else, but the local people, that means the introduction of the malls in rural and township is not fair, is not being fair in terms of competition to the ordinary people on the ground, and it's also not benefiting our own people on the ground. I understand that there has been a commission that has, but I think my chairperson has actually presented clearly with regard to the competition, with regard to our foreign guys. Our finding is that the issue of religion also play a leading role, because most of our brothers from African countries, they are Muslims, and most of the big wholesalers are run by Muslims. So that means because of the relationship, they are able to get a lower discount. Let me give you a practical example. One of my relatives was renting a supermarket because she could not afford renting a supermarket to these guys who are our brothers from African countries, and she was in a position of the loyal card for bargain. As a trader, she leases out the premises and she gives the lessee the loyal card, which is actually going to give him an opportunity to get a discount. And when that fellow goes to bargain wholesalers and go and purchase the stock, and then you find out that he get the better sort of discount compared to the previous owner who is original from the area. And he came back and said, no, your card is not working for me, or your number is not working for me. And then I went there, I negotiated my price. I'm getting 30% discount compared to you who is getting 3 to 4% or 5% discount. So we feel that that is not fair. Over and above that, there's been a commission which was set up after xenophobia to say what is the contributing factor and the trigger of the xenophobia. It came out very clear that the issue of xenophobia is because our people on the ground are frustrated, they are angry, they are devastated, they don't have any hope, and they believe that our government has let us down as the local people. Because of the fact that if I'm running the shop, the government is explaining for me as a citizen of this country to comply in each and everything. While our foreign guys are actually, the government is very sort of lenient to them. They can sleep in the shop, they can eat in the shop, they can make babies in the shop. They can shit in the shop, and all of a sudden, at the very same time, they can cook the food for our people there. And then the government is actually not doing anything about it. But if you are a local person and then you are running your shop, you are not allowed to to sleep in the shop. You are not allowed to do all those things that they're actually doing in the shop. And we feel that our government has actually let us down. And the issue of xenophobia was actually contributed. This is the reason why, when we conducted our own investigation as to why our members are leasing out those shops to those foreign guys. And then why are these guys, when they are taking over, they become so successful in running those businesses compared to ours? And we feel that there's these manipulations and the monopoly that actually does exist in the process. And we are a little bit concerned because the issue of xenophobia is not over as yet. And it's just a sleeping giant which can rise at any time if those issues are actually not being addressed. The issue of competition. We had a meeting with bargain wholesalers. We presented our case as to these are the concerns, these are the challenges, these are the frustration from our members. And it seems as if nobody is actually prepared to listen to those things. And we are trying our level best to prevent any arisal of actually xenophobia in the area. But we feel very strong that one way or the other, this thing is actually going to come up. One of the major issues is that when we grow up, we knew exactly that there must be a distance between the shop in rural and township areas. But in terms of the foreign guys, they can set up the shop. When we expel them from your shop, they can go out and put the shop just across your road. And we feel that this is also an unfair sort of a competition in the area. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. I'm Mr. Shabane Johannes, my name, from Ugu Association of Business. Now, a lot of things my colleague has covered, but few points that I'm going to mention. Like my brother has got a shop. 3 months back, the foreign guy opened a shop across the road. That is the first challenge. The second challenge is that even if you try to address your issue or your challenge, they can go as far as speaking to the Inkosi. They can pay whatever money that Inkosi charges, even if it's from 15,000 upwards. They can render that price easily. That shows you how much damage this thing of exploiting has gone. So the second challenge that our people have in our areas, it's the pricing, as they mentioned. When you go to bargain, it's a one shop, but it's got two prices. For African, which is our guys, and for South African and African. So that is the biggest challenge. But otherwise, a lot of points my colleagues has covered. So we thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Wiseman Mtoy. I'm one of the veterans in the over-count selling let's say, retailing, black retailing section within the KZN. I take this day as a very important day that we have such a hearing after so many years, and I hope the people that are having a hearing are also having some teeth to bite, because it will be useless if at all we present our cases and there are no results thereafter. I've noticed that we talk about radical economic transformation, but the big business is engaged in what I can call radical economic exploitation. We find that they are taking the chance within the time of uncertainty. They are taking the chance, and then the one who is bearing the brunt, who is suffering, it is the black business, even the customer. Now we find that people with this, let's talk about, especially about these malls. The system has been that we were put in several areas by the system, the previous system. And then when the new system came up, there's no change with that. And because of the openness of the new regulations and the free market, then the business people are taking the opportunity of exploiting the situation. The easiest part of it is that people are placed there. Let's call them the hostels, even the 4 rooms, the 2 rooms that we have there, let's call them the hostels where the workers stay. And they must all the time move to town and work and earn some money. When they come back, there is also the big business ready to receive the money. Bring all the money. Bring all the money, and they take it back. And we find that our people remain where they are, or even worse than all the business, promising business people that were in the KZN, there are no more there. We had some very promising business people. They are no more there because of the wrong system. This system would have been right, though I hate glossing up or polishing up the system of townships which was caused by the previous government. But the better system would have been getting the people, the business people, to occupy those malls. If they needed some empowerment, let them be empowered through training and otherwise, and then be put in those places so that they can also find some empowerment. But as it is now, a Kumbi from Chatsworth or from Phoenix will drive in the morning to the township with managers and whoever is there, and then and they were told our children get a lot of work. There's work for sweeping, work for loading the stuff on the shelves. We've got a lot of them working there. That is where they are kept, to be kept down there. In the afternoon, there is the Kumbi with all the high-class performers going back. And you will find also the money collectors, these big cars coming to collect the money away, and nothing is left. The normal system, which we used to call, it was communalism, whereby, not communism, don't mistake with that one, communalism, whereby the people, the communities used to share, used to work together and empower one another. It is dying off. Say, for instance, a businessman in the township wouldn't be in the same Mpumalanga township or Mlazi township. You wouldn't find him getting a makoti from Chatsworth or from Hillcrest, but they would get a makoti within. That is now communalism. A person will have some other activities and invite the people locally, and there's no such within. It is breaking down the social fiber of our people. Going further, let's talk about the employment of people within this. And then let's talk about, we talk about Boxer and others. When you go to the head offices, you will find, let's say for instance, Boxer, 99.something% of their things are sold to the black people. But go to their offices, you will find the black people in the switchboard, bringing tea, but you go up first floor, you will find a lot of Indians working there, and in some offices and whites. And I just wonder how many Indians spend their money with Boxer. I wonder if there are any whites spending any money with Boxer. It's our people that spend money there, but they are not employed in better positions by these people who make money amongst ourselves. Let's come to the profit margins. We find at times when there is a mall to be built, the municipality would give some millions towards they say the infrastructure. For instance, I know of one at Mpumalanga, where they gave more than 40 million for the infrastructure, and getting land which is mahala. In that case, the reasoning says, the things that are sold in the townships should be far better than the things that are sold right in Smith Street, because we know Smith Street, Church Street are very expensive. But there, where they got money, free money from the municipality, free land, but the things are more expensive or even the same price as the one which is in town. That is the profit margin. Nobody is looking at the profit margin. For instance, making a loaf of bread is not more than 4 rand or 4.50. But because it is known where to hit the black people the most, hit them in the tummy. And there is a house with no bread in the black area is a house with no food. So you find now bread is 13 rand, 14 rand, 15 rand, 16 rand. What percentage of profit is that? Because if at all people who come to the township, bringing the services to the township, they must also think about the situation, the earnings of the people, and make things to be cheaper and easier for them. But that's not the case. It is all radical economic exploitation. We talk about these brothers from our African countries who are mushrooming the place. The banking system is not there. I won't say they've got a wrong banking system. They don't have a banking system. You come to them, there is cash with them. And that is not the behavior of our business in South Africa. And it means there is a lot which the country is losing because of overlooking what is happening. Before there were strict rules, you can't open business on such, and there are no rules now. As our brothers have been mentioning, people sleep in there, people sell whatever they sell in there. There is no rule about that. And then these people, the other thing, when we come to the profit margin, let's take mostly these that are mostly in the townships. They're from, okay. But their money there, even if we can go to the wholesale and buy this thing for 10 rand, both of us, for me to earn a living, I must sell it for about 13 rand 50 or 14 rand. But they are able to sell it for 11 rand 50 or 12 rand, because our rand is worth far more with their money at home. They've got 2 homes. This one where they are making business, and the 1 rand, the 10 rand they make is worth far more than the money back at home. Even the other Indians now, which are mushrooming our townships, the Pakistanis. You take our 10 rand is worth far more that side. And then how can I, as a South African, buying this item for 10 rand and be able to sell it for 10 rand 50 to be able to push it because I won't be anywhere. But they are able to do that because we are not in the same status. Even others are here with no papers illegally. But they perform these businesses in broad daylight and openly, and thus pulling down the black business part. We also find at times in some other township, these shops, big shops, the outdated food, which is from the towns, is pushed into the townships. And then at the same price, or else you find that it's cheaper, is a sale, only to find that most of our people are ignorant, and they are poor, they only want to get food and they would buy that, and only to find that the thing is already outdated. That is the radical exploitation, economic exploitation by the big guys exploiting the poor black people. This is a political history that, okay, you people have got the legal side, the parliament, all right, you are in power. It has not been a good thing or a nice thing or a pleasant thing for the people that lost the power. And they have to show their last kicks. And they know where we are. It's the tummy. It is the tummy. And then now, as they do all this, they do it with purpose. Let's fix them. They sit together, they have meetings, at times they even have one buyer, the buyer, maybe 2 or 3 buyers that go to them, and then they say, I've given Checkers so much, I'm giving Boxer so much, I'm giving Spar so much. And they are able to play around with the poor, ignorant, hungry person that coming in there. You find now the latest way of selling now, it has been that pay 100, you get 3 for 100 rand, which means the thing is about 33 rand. And if you buy one, it's 36 rand. Where else the price is usually 33 rand or 32 rand. So the poor person who doesn't know is hit hard, must buy that thing for 36 rand because can't even pay 100 rand for the 3. That is, our people are not looked after on this. And then our people are made to remain poor, to remain at the position where they were before. When we find these malls, we find that there are complaints by the street traders, the small traders. They are not allowed to sell closer to the malls. Or else, if at all they are lucky, they are given a space somewhere, maybe at the back there, where there isn't much traffic, disadvantaging them. Unlike when you come to town here, you can find them streaming right through the pavements, because there is no other place to go to. But we find that now even those people, street traders, are even harassed by these big people that coming into the place. And it is not making any good for us. You wonder at times, but you get the answer that is all politically motivated. Why aren't these people coming in, not flooding Chatsworth, Phoenix, Hillcrest, Kloof, but they flood the black areas as a form of exploitation? As people, our black people are not protected in any way. I repeat, all the business people we had before, they are no more there through this system. At times, we can blame the municipalities, we can blame the government. But we find that it so happens that the whole idea comes on their table and they must deal with it. And you find that most of these people who are in politics have never sold even a packet of sweets at a certain corner. But they must make decisions on business. Hence, our people suffer. May I stop there? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
At the beginning of your submission, you mentioned that you represent or you have members in 11 districts. Can you mention which districts are those? All 11. We just want to know which districts are these.
Thank you very much. The 11th district, when you start, there is Ugu, district municipality. There is Itegu Metro. There is Ilembe district municipality. There is King Kechwayo district municipality. There is Umkanyagude district municipality. There is Zululand district municipality. Amajoba district municipality. Umzinyati district municipality. Utugela district municipality. Umkungundlovu district municipality. Herikwala district municipality. I don't know what I have left one, but those are the districts. No, it's Herikwala. Yeah. I think those are the 11 districts. I don't know if I have given you 11 districts.
Okay, let's go through them again. Ugu, Etegu, Ilembe, King Kechwayo, and then after King Kechwayo?
King Kechwayo is Mkanyagude.
And then after King... No, before Zululand, there was another one.
There is
okay, just go through them again. Because you're doing it fast.
Okay. There is Ugu district.
Yeah.
Itegu Metro.
Yes.
Ilembe. King Kechwayo.
Yes.
Umkanyagude.
Umkanyagude, yeah.
Then there is Amajuba. Umzinyati. Zululand. I don't know what.
Umzinyati.
Yes, Umzinyati district municipality.
Okay, Amajuba.
Then there is Umkungundlovu. There is Herikwala.
Just gonna say Umkungundlovu.
Yes.
And then there's Herikwala.
Yeah, Herikwala district municipality. In each of these districts, we've got 2 members that are representing their district in our board in the province. So we are represented, they are taken the chairpersons of the chambers or the forums where they come from. So they represent them, then they sit as a board members in our board in the province.
Okay. And your members, what do they do? Are they spaza shop owners, general dealer store owners? What do they do? The 58 members you mentioned.
Yes.
Oh, and then you said 58 members. Are these individuals?
No, for forums and chambers.
So okay, so those 58 members are different formations.
Yes.
Within the organization.
Yes.
Okay, and then what do your individual members do?
We are
just the range.
Yes, the range. We are 26 sectors. As our business principle in South Africa, we've got 26 sectors, but it depends on the area which sectors that are active. Like in our area in Ugu, you've got agriculture, you've got tourism, you've got retail, you've got your construction, you've got your manufacture. But if you come here in Durban, you will find that there is more retailing, more tourism, and fishery, not the same sectors, but according to our membership, we cover all the sectors. It depends on the time on that area, which organization we get, what it specialized on.
So when you say agriculture, this includes people who are in farming?
Yes, in farming.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you have people right from farming through the retail sector. Then
Yes.
on the retail side, do you have spaza shops, general dealers,
Exactly.
supermarkets,
We've got all those ones.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then you also mentioned that you, in 2013, you conducted a study
Yes.
on the stores that closed down and were taken over by foreign nationals. Do you have any document on that study that you can give to us for us to consider, or?
Yeah, we can collect all that information and try to forward it to you.
Okay, we would like to have that, please. We're not going to ask any question on that. We'll just look at what you've done. And then you mentioned bargain wholesaler, and the fact that they come from the same religion. Are the owners of bargain wholesalers foreign nationals, or are they local Muslims?
No, foreign bargain is actually a local Muslims. It's more of a family business in the South Coast, which covers almost the entire of Ugu and to the extreme of Eastern Cape, to the part of Eastern Cape. They're specializing on wholesale and property.
Okay. And then you also mentioned that you have proof of how they price, like the price you see on the shelf is, if you're South African, is not the price that you end up paying at the till if you are local.
Yes, it's precisely. We've got that proof where we convened a meeting with Bargain to bring to the attention of Bargain as to what concerns our members, because our members have brought the till slip, and some of them, they've taken the prices on the shelf to show us that the price on the shelf is not the price on the till slip. You know, some of our people are actually very ignorant. They don't even consider that. They just rush into the shop. Also,
Sorry, what is the outcome of that meeting that you held with Bargain shop? Bargain?
No,
wholesaler?
Bargain was sort of very ignorance. There was he just dismissed everything. He just take people for granted, and then he end up saying that people must come up front with the proof. And he said that no, he wanted to have a meeting. He does not want us to represent these people. He wants all those people who are complaining to come before him. And he wanted to convene a meeting with all the spaza shop and the shop owners to present their case. When we explained to him that, no, we're here representing our members, and they were doing that for your own benefit.
What proof did you actually present to Bargain wholesaler?
As I'm saying, that the proof of till slip, members have kept the till slip.
But do you have, it's one thing to have a till slip that shows the price, it's another, do you also have the proof of the price that was on the shelf, for example?
Yes,
So
that is precisely what the members actually presented, the proof of the price on the shelf and the proof of the price on the till slip.
Okay. Well, when you provide us with the copy of the study that you conducted in 2013, would you mind please to provide us those?
No, there's no problem.
That proof.
Yes.
Both the shelf price and what you paid at the till.
That can be provided.
Okay.
And also the major concern is that most of the wholesalers are open for public, and the price is just the same for the retailers. For the retailers, that means anybody can walk into a wholesale and buy a packet of sweet with the same price that is actually bought by the retailers.
But then, if you're saying they work differently with foreign nationals who are Muslims, how do they then work differently if individuals can go in and buy for the same price? Just explain how exactly does this happen. How do they sell to individuals? How do they sell to locals? And how do they sell to foreign nationals who are Muslims?
There's a special till for foreigners. The foreigners, they just pick up the phone, and submit their order. And when you enter into a wholesaler, you find that there's a special till for the foreigners, and there are trolleys. And then there's nobody who is local who's applied to that particular till. specific for the foreigners. Then we've got the other tills, which is actually open for the public and also for the retailers to use it.
Okay. So as local retailers, you are treated, you get the same, you buy your goods at the same price as any individual who walks into that wholesaler.
Yeah, okay, maybe.
Okay. All right. Okay, another thing that divides the African and South Africans is the number. Sometimes they give you a foreign number that says 1450, that I know exactly. 1450, that's got their own price. Then when you come, you are given, as South African, you're given a number of 10. Or the whole of us in this room, we are buying using, even if you didn't tell them what number, maybe sometimes they ask you, what number do you have? You don't have a number, then you fall under 10. If you don't say, there's my number, you fall under 10. That's how they divide.
Is this a customer number?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
So they can tell from a customer number which segment of the customer you belong
exactly.
to.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
One of the things that the retailers are concerned is this exclusive lease that are coming to our rural area. When there is mall coming there, you find that you are told that, you know, the anchor tenant are already there, so you cannot negotiate the issue of the anchor tenants. You only allow, you have been given 10% of the space here, and you're not allowed to have shares on those malls. But the concern of the people is that how can you come in the area, you don't allow us to have shares in your mall, and also we're closing our shop, but we don't have a space. You say all these rental shops are already taken by the anchor tenant, maybe your ShopRite, your Spar, your Kentucky, your Pep, and other stores. These are the concern that our members, Mr. Price, all of them, you find that they are there. They don't allow the local businesses to find their own anchor tenant to come in or to rent that space with a reasonable price. Like in Potchefstroom in town, 3 families are owning the town of Potchefstroom. Only 3 families. All the town, all the buildings. You find that Mr. Bucks is owning 30%, Bargain is owning 50%, Lucky's is owning almost another 20%. So when you rent those properties, ours as South African, when you go there, you find that the price of a rent is 15,000. But when you go there, you are told that, no, the price here is 21,000. You don't know how it's being calculated if you are African. That's why even last week when we have a strategic plan, they say we must approach the landowners, the landlords of the Potchefstroom, because they are suffering, the lawyers, they are professionals, they have been putting on the back building. When you want the front, it's too expensive, but you find the same person who is doing your services is getting a lower price because he is not a South African, he's another brother from another country. So these are the issues that we have.
The 3 families that own Potchefstroom, just mention the surnames, please.
It's Bargain.
It's Bargain Wholesalers.
Yes.
The owners of Bargain.
Bargain Wholesalers.
Okay.
And sorry. The Bargain is Musa. That's the same name.
Yes.
Then the who's Bargain? Who's Dr. Bucks, it's the same name, and Lucky's.
Dr. Bucks, what does he own? What does that family own?
It's a properties in town.
They're on the property side.
Yes, even Lucky's is on the properties in town.
As well as Bargain.
Yes, 3 of them, they are major shareholders, major property owners of the town.
As well as retailers.
Yes.
And wholesalers. Okay. So
Yes.
they actually own most of the businesses and shops.
Yes. You can see even along the coast when you start from Port Edward coming to Potchefstroom, You can start see that when you find who's bought this building now. They say this one is already owned by Parkin. It was sold last year, it was bought by Parkin. You go to Market Taxi Rank, you find that there is Lucky's who's owning that old complex. So we're not been given an opportunity to be exposed in owning property as the South Africans. That's what our members, they say, if we've been given an opportunity, we can also compete. But this thing is too close. There is people who are first preference when you sell your property in town, which means if you want to sell your property, you start from Parkin, Lucky's, and Parks. Those are the people who are owning most of the land that are on the commercial areas.
And then you mentioned, you mentioned the price of 15,000. How would you have found out the 15,000 price, and then you end up with 21,000? Just explain what would have happened there.
Although I cannot be accurate, but it's what our members giving us. Maybe we have to give you the details, the direct details, so they can explain it to you, because what we're reporting is what has been given in our offices.
Okay.
People, they write something, they say, this is our complaint, you are representing us. Can you please address this issue, because we have a problem here.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you also flag that as one of the items that you must provide to us, please?
Okay.
Okay. And then you also mentioned.
Sorry, ma'am. Can I just explain, or maybe I must, the other thing that maybe it will assist our spaza shops. Before this whole situation, SASSA or pensioners, they were getting grants at the local shops. It used to be when they come, SASSA, I don't think it was SASSA before, when they come to make the payments at the pay points, they come at 8 o'clock. Because of the traffic and the business that was taking place, it used to start at 8 and end up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Maybe the other thing that was disadvantage, then the old grannies, they used to come at 3 in the night, waiting in the queue up until 8 o'clock. But that alone, take away the disadvantages of the time that they were coming on site. But the situation was like keeping the money for the local, and it was, they were getting pension there, they were buying at the shop there, and everything was getting sorted out there. Then that's why that the business in South Africa was running so fairly. But now, what is happening now is that the whole thing, they go to town. They go to the FNB, First National, Itala, what you call. So the banks alone, they are making money out of these pension people. Now, we go to a garage, you'll find a queue. You go to Pick and Pay, Spar, Boxer, everyone. Now, like maybe let's take for example, there's a 10 million number, like 1 million in a ward, like in Ward 31 where I am. 1 million. That 1 million has taken away, is in town, because you can't go in town and get paid 1,600 and come back with that 1,600 and go and spend it in a rural area. So because you are nearby the shops, you must get paid here and buy here and go with a few bags, but with no money in your bag, back in your where you stay. So I think that will assist us a lot if you can penetrate on SASSA governmental institution. Thanks a lot.
Okay. On that point then, on the payment of social grants, what is it that shops and all the outlets that you mentioned in town are offering in the payment of social grants that township and rural stores cannot offer? What is it? Why would that business have been taken? Why couldn't our government establish the same systems in the township, in the rural areas? What is it that you could not? Is it a capacity, capability? What is it? Issue? What's happening?
You see, there is nothing better that they get in town. It's just that in the rural, the different dates that affect the grannies, because you find that in other area, they only get paid on the 15th, on other area on the 25th. But when you go to town, from the 1st up to the 5th, you get your money, everyone. So people, they say it's very easy to go to town because I can get my money easily. Even on the 1st, I can get my number, rather than waiting in the rural area for that 25th or the 28th of the month to get the money. That is the difference also.
No, what I'm asking is, are you saying that the same service that they're getting in town is exactly the same service that they were getting in rural areas? The difference is just the dates? Or is the facility that is being used in issuing out social grants payment different in town, in the town?
Yeah, it's the facilities that have been used.
What makes it impossible for township and rural businesses, your members, for example, not to be able to offer those facilities so that you can also offer social grants? I just want to understand why would that business have been taken away instead of enabling those businesses to have that facility? If we were to do anything here, we need to understand that.
So since we have started as an organization,
yeah,
we have decided to negotiate with the banks. The one is of Itala Bank, where we say, put the ATMs and the systems that are used by the banks and another shop, because we are a banking institution. Work with us to revive the shops by putting this system where people will come easily and get their grants. Also, our members, we are saying, have the stuff to sell to these people, like whatever that they need. You know what they need. Try to have it. That's what we are trying to work in. But at this stage, we are disadvantaged because we don't have this facility. It's what we are working on. As we coming here, even now, we are coming to we were meeting with the two CEO at Itala Bank to address this issue of bringing the banking sector closer to our community, so our grannies cannot walk to the town because of the disadvantage of the facilities. We are busy with that. We are trying, but before there was no one who was addressing that. People, they were just doing whatever they do, but now we are trying to work out on that one.
So the answer to my question is that all you need is to have an ATM in your stores so that the money can be dispensed out of the ATM.
Yes, and the changing of the date must be similar. Whether you are in town or in the rural area, not to be told that your money will come in on the 15th while in town. From the 1st up to 5th, okay, they can get the money.
Okay. Thank you, Peter. You also mentioned the issue with the liquor board system, and I think it was Mr. Zondi. Yeah, you mentioned that there's a demarcation, there's a system within the liquor board where you cannot open a store within a certain distance from the other store. Am I correct? Is that what you're questioning there with regards to Boxer?
Yes, definitely, sure, because when Liquor Board was actually presenting the process of issuing the licensing, they were talking about demarcation, the distance between the church, the schools. You cannot be actually offered the license. They cannot issue a license if you are 100 meters away from the church or 200 meters away from the school or 500 meters away from the school. And they also consider the fact that where is another liquor store? You know, there's a certain distance from a liquor store. Those are the conditions of issuing the liquor licenses. But when it comes to these big shops and chain stores, so there's a different rules for them. They can actually, because they are in their response, when we asked that question, they were saying that, no, the application is not made specifically for the liquor store, but it's made for the shop, the complex. Then we said that even if it is made for the complex, but you are saying that you have got your field inspectors who are actually going there physically to check if there is no closer liquor store on that particular area. And they said, no, I think the lady was actually doing presentations to know some of these issues are out of our hands. And we said, we're in the same country, doing same business, but different rules for different people. That's the major challenge.
Okay. So the issue you're raising with regards to Boxer, it's not just specific to Boxer. You're saying that most of the big retailers have this advantage over you, where the rules that Liquor Board operates by are not actually are equally applied to them.
Definitely sure. That's precisely what I'm saying.
Okay. Can we ask then, again, on that submission that you make to us, if you can give us examples, because it's better when we work with factual stuff as well, when we probably approach the liquor boards, whichever liquor board it is, just examples of instances where you've identified these problems within your organization, one. Secondly, we would like to know which liquor board is this that you spoke to?
We will do so.
Okay. Which liquor board is it anyway? Because that should be, or is it a number of different liquor boards?
No, it's one liquor board. It's under economic development. It's here at Gardner Street.
The provincial one?
Yes, the provincial one is the same one. We've got one licensing.
Or something?
Sorry?
What is it called? KZN.
KZN Liquor Board.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You find it here at 20 Dorotinyembe Street. Yes, it's where you will find it on the second floor, Marine Building.
So they are contravening their own rule, basically, their own.
That's what we believe.
Okay. Okay. And then.
Maybe while we are still on the liquor board, also the challenge is that they are claiming that they are, because we've got some concerns from the schools and the churches, that they are approving licenses to liquor stores close to schools, close within 100 to 200 meters from the school, from the church. And while on the other hand, but they were saying that they've got their inspectors who go physical inside. But we said, no, there's no such a thing, because these things are happening in rural areas, especially in rural areas. And we feel very strong that they are actually not doing. That's why we're saying that they've got different rules. That means there's a problem, somebody is not doing his job, or the inspectors are not doing their job, because we find that there are liquor stores close to schools, close to churches, close to public amenities.
Okay. Mrs. Zondi, again on that point, can you give us examples of those liquor stores that have been opened close to schools, close to churches, in contravention of the liquor board rules? It's again very important for us to work with evidence than just allegations. Thank you. And okay, we've dealt with the religion thing. Again. With regards to bargain wholesalers, so you said you went and met with them and nothing happened. So the matter was never resolved on the pricing issue.
Maybe on the first instance, in the first meeting, we agreed that we have to call our members, then they will come.
They wanted them to come.
Yes, we say, okay, let us have a plan, because you have so many shops, let us have a date. So we can visit each shop, we can call our people to those shops. On the second meeting, when we try to go to the planning now, that we want to plan the meetings, it's where the bargain was very arrogant, telling us you cannot do anything. We started this 68 years ago, your government and you cannot do anything. You can try it now to open your shop. I'm only the one who started with this thing with a wheelbarrow when I was starting selling. So I've got the experience. You can go to your government, ask it to start your own, but I've got my own business. I'm sure you will fall within no months. So that's what the arrogance we get when we are trying. Then we decide, no, let us leave him because we'll end up being arguing with something that is not assisting our people. But let us have another ways, as we have this opportunity to come to the Competition Commission to say, we see this is not a business practice or the business ethics they're practicing.
Okay. Mr. Mngoi, in your presentation, Mngoi, Mngoi, Mr. Mngoi, you mentioned that you spoke about radical economic exploitation of black people and black customers. I just want to understand, what do you mean by the exploitation of customers?
I mean the whole system. When now there was the new dispensation where people were expecting to be in the forefront. So the people with the money, which is mostly the white and the Indians, then took the chance to run in, not for the betterment of the black business or the black customer, but for their own good. We find this, as I was mentioning, I've been in the retailing business. When you consider pricing, you consider a number of things, where I got the thing for how much and what is the distance, what are the people, and what is the rent I'm paying. And I know they got most of these things for free. As I mentioned, 40 million was given to the Mpumalanga mall by the eThekwini municipality. So as to facilitate that mall.
Okay.
And I know the land which was there is not of any match to the land which is here in town. So those are the things that you consider into when you make business. But you find that now they have a chance of charging higher prices, or even prices just the same as the ones in towns. So the hype that we get before these things come, say you will get these big shops coming closer to you, you will be able to get things quicker and easier and fresh and all that and cheaper. That is not the position. But because there's nobody monitoring that, and our people get exploited, our black businesses get closed down. Go to Mlazi, no more big black business person. Go to Wamashu, no more big business person there. We used to have a number of them. Go to Claremont, Hammersdale, Mpumalanga, Gwandengezi, nothing. Because of the introduction of these big shops, either malls or the big shops coming in, and then thus exploiting the opportunity of the black people during the new dispensation.
Okay. And then you say this exploitation has also happened during time of uncertainty. What do you mean by time of uncertainty? What is uncertainty?
Well, when I say the time of uncertainty, we know that the government is busy coming up with changes and all. And they are talking about what a radical economic transformation. Still in the drawing board, but these are already foot soldiers within our areas, thus taking the chance. That is where we find that we might talk about this radical transformation, economic transformation for the next 2-3 years, and day by day our people are facing the heat.
You also, when you say the big businesses that used to exist in Umlazi, Kwamashu, no longer exist now, are these supermarkets? Were these supermarkets? And also, Mr. Mngoi, would they have offered? I'm not questioning. I just want to understand this. Just speak to us in terms of the type of businesses, because we've seen submissions or had some submissions from some of the retailers saying that when they come into the townships, when they go into these rural areas, they're offering better quality, better range, better prices So are these stores of that would have been equivalent, or at least more or less of the same standards with what you see coming into the townships now?
We say the local business people need to have been empowered and improved from their situation rather than be just obliterated and be done away with.
Sure.
The person who knows about the price better, he is the one who is selling. But if as a way of promoting my business, you have a lot of sweet talks coming from, you will get will bring you a big shop where you'll get everything and everything fresh and everything cheap. Who is monitoring that? And you as a business person, you can go around and see, hey, these people are fast in their move and our people are not aware. And then yet, the money that our people have is not much for them to keep anything aside. So the big business people have got people that do studies. They know how much people get. They know how much money comes into this township. They know how much they expect. They can tell you business was bad this time. We didn't make 20 million because we made 20 million last month. And this month we made 18 million. Something was, they have all those figures. They can play around with the poor, ignorant buyer. And then, because it is not monitored. And unfortunately, it is, we might complain about our brothers coming from somewhere, but we also have our local foreigners who are Indians and whites coming, taking the chance of the erstwhile townships which were caused by the erstwhile government. Townships were not of our make, but it was a way of promoting the apartheid regime. And then as such, the business people are getting the spoils of what happened before. They are not there to help anybody, but they are there to take the chance that there you are. Anyway, it is only the legal side. The Hulumeni side is okay, but we are there with the money and the time we can. And there is also a feeling we are going to fix you people. We have that feeling that now, in some cases, we are being fixed. How can you sell bread for 15 rand when you only make it for 4.50? And you know every house, black man's house must have bread. When there's no bread, there's no food. It's easy to catch us. Thank you.
And you also mentioned that the existing business people in the townships should have been enabled to operate shops in the malls. How would you suggest that? How would you suggest this to be done? How could this
in fact, if it were me, I would say, if I come to a zoned township with all these good things that I want to bring to the people, first of all, I would get the business people who are running day-to-day business there. Business people who have got this idea of having a mall here. We would like you to come on board, but not to be there to take away business from them, because the whole system has taken business from them. But they were not even brought in. Even people who came there are strangers, are not the local people. Everything was just taken away. And then the businesses have fallen off. Let's go to Mlazi. No more big business, just go to Guamash. I can tell you about the shop at Guamashu Station. It used to be owned as one, I'm just forgetting the surname. When they wanted to put in ShopRite, they went to him and asked him to sell his shop to them, otherwise, because they are going to put in ShopRite. Once they put in ShopRite, they won't be able, he won't be able to survive. He refused, and then said, you can go ahead. And then they got another space of ShopRite. The ShopRite, which is gone down today. has gone down. He did stand his ground. But what happened lately after he had passed on, children were not running the business well. Then they took over that business, and I have seen now Cambridge is running that part of business. And at a certain time when the children started refusing, they were threatened with expropriation. So those are the things disadvantaging the business people, not empowering the business people.
Okay. The other question I have for you is, you've mentioned malls, and do you have any examples as an association where instances where malls were established and in an area where there were existing local businesses, and those businesses had to be removed? If you do have these, would like you to make a note of that and provide a list of those stores that had to be closed in order for a mall to be opened. And when you do indicate the mall, please do indicate which supermarket operates in that mall.
How many would you like to have? Because I don't think you would like to have pages and pages. Is 10 enough?
It can be as long as you want it to be. We would be happy with that, as long as you want it to be. And then lastly, you mentioned outdated food being sold from these stores coming into the township and taking food from the towns, and outdated goods being sold in the townships. Do you have evidence of this? And, other than just it being an allegation?
No, it's not just talk, but I'm thinking about the part of evidence, because now it means the time when I found this bad food, at that time I should be carrying it today, is perishable. And I've witnessed that they also have some bad food, and where should it be coming from? It should be, my supposition is that it must be coming from the affluent areas, because they are so much concerned about that coming to our places. At one time, I got sheep which we found to be already spoiled. And then when I complained to the head office, they said they had sent specially fresh one to me. They don't know how they gave me that one. They must have got it from another shop. But now you say bring proof. What proof do I bring on that?
Okay.
Yes.
No, I just meant the proof that it came from town to the area, and it was outdated. I thought you'd have specific shops that you know where you know this occurs. But you're saying it's something that you've experienced, but you never actually wrote down or kept note of.
And also at times when you go around now, we even warn our children and our wives, when you go to these shops, do look at the date there. Because it is common that you can find something which is old. Without that thing being brought from somewhere else, even from their shelves, it can stay there until it gets bad. Okay. You must always check the date.
Okay, no, I hear you.
Maybe to help you, we in the province, we work with the compliance section on the economic development. As we work with the compliance section, so we need our members to comply. We've got a proof of the conducting the visitation of the shop, the inspections. We've got the proof. We can try to find them and then submit it to you. Please. Because what we are saying, we're working with the departments that are running the compliance side. These things we are saying, they provide the proof also as the department. What you are saying is not wrong. On a certain date, we conducted in Peter Marisburg, Church Street. We find that so many shops are selling old things, and other things have been packed in the toilets, in a very bad space for the consumption for the people. So what we are saying, us, as the association, we will try by all means to provide and being assistance with our department we're working with as a partner. So we will provide these things because we've got a proof of it.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Just one or two questions for clarification on my side. You indicated that at one point a mall had opened up and you had tried to negotiate to have shade around the mall so that some spaza shops or traders could trade around the mall. Is my understanding there correct? Who did you try to negotiate with there? Was that with a developer or with a municipality? Who did that happen with?
No, I think that one was actually negotiated with the developer to say, in your development stage, in your developmental stage, will you please provide that kind of a shelter? But they were saying that they are sort of tenants. They have to get an approval from their tenants, because we are saying that, yeah, we can actually provide a shelter for the people to produce some vegetables outside, but they said that it will be against our tenants and the agreement between them and the tenants. So that is the major challenge, because as we're saying that the malls are not benefiting the ordinary people. Hence, we suggested that over and above that, can you then buy the goods or the products from the women who are actually doing farming on the area? And they said that it's out of our control. It must be the tenants, the agents of the tenants, and they are not in charge of that. Theirs was to actually make sure that there is a development in place. They pay for that to look for the tenants, and that's it.
When did this meeting with the developer take place? Was it one meeting where this was discussed?
There were consultative meetings. In fact, there were a number of meetings. In fact, we were discussing a number of issues in those particular meetings, not specific for that particular, because when the mall is being initiated, there is a process of consultation, bringing all stakeholders on board, getting ideas, putting some ideas on the table. Yes.
Which mall was this specifically that was built?
The mall that I'm talking about, it is in Kamalak, and the one that is being proposed now at Boboi.
Okay. And do they take minutes at these meetings that are then available to you afterwards?
Well, that I can check, because the municipality was actually part of those meetings. The traditional council were part of that. I can check the minutes as to the discussion that took place on that.
Okay. And which municipality are we talking about here for this mall that they're opening?
Now is Reingonyen. It used to be Hibiscus Coast within Ugo. Reingonyen municipality in the lower south coast.
Okay. Then just a general question from my side. Spaza shops. Do spaza shops want to open up in malls? So the exclusive lease agreements that you referred to earlier, is that applicable for spaza shops specifically, or which types of shops would want to open up in malls?
I don't think you can open a spaza shop in mall, because in the malls you have got your spa, you have got your big retailers, and then under no circumstances that you have got your spaza shop can actually compete. All what we are saying was to say, can there be a sort of a percentage that can be negotiated, which is going to be reserved for the local people, not specific for the spaza, because we are aware of the fact that if there is no spa, there is no Checkers, there is no Boxer, there is no mall. So all these big retailers are the one who are main anchors in the areas. So we are saying that the space must be open, and that space is not exclusive for the spas. It will be actually accommodated by anybody within the community, whether it's doing hairdressing or whatever that is actually doing, but it must be reserved for the local people to benefit in that particular space.
Sorry, man. Can I just add on that? Actually, this thing it's broad. As you ask, if there is a spec for spaza shop, no. But if the mall, or they can help the local businesses to provide cabbage, butternut, green pepper, pele pele, whatever you call it, and then chilies, and then beetroot, that can play a big role. If that mall was there and they open that particular space to say, local people, maybe we will help you, we will monitor you, we want this type of grade. When you sell to this mall, you want this grade. That will be super. Thank you.
Just to understand you, what you're suggesting is that a certain percentage should be reserved for local businesses, in the sense that, and that would allow somebody who had a spaza shop in the area to grow and develop a business, a particular business in the area. And the second is procurement of local produce. Okay, so it's not saying there shouldn't be malls. It's just that when a mall comes in, it must take into account local business and the two mechanisms that you suggest as a recommendation is reserving a certain percentage, and the other is procurement of local produce. Would that be, to summarize, yes, what you're suggesting?
Maybe to make it easier and clear, when you do a feasibility study, you know who is running business in the area where you want to open your mall or your shopping complex. So you consider those people to call them in those meetings that you discuss the design of the area and the business participation. So you consider, you know on your notes that there was a spaza shop there was a liquor shop that side, or there was a fruit shop on that corner. So you consider those things, then you include in your lease. The lease must be inclusive. Also, in the percentage, the local participation must be included in that. So, if you do that, you will have no conflict, you will have no complaint, because they will know that although our shops can be closed down, but there we've been offered a space of a butchery or a space of a bakery, a little bit bakery there. Also, whatever operation that is happening in the mall, a certain percentage belongs to us as a business people of the local area.
Sorry, I'm of an idea that why should the malls be brought to us? Why are they not born within ourselves? That now, if they are born within ourselves, it means they involve the local business people. This thing now of bringing them, they've been brought in, they've caused damage. Now we say to run away from that damage, okay, if there is a mall trend now, let the malls be born within our areas, by our people, with our people. Thank you.
One more question, please.
One more question. You mentioned that in the consultations that were done by the developer, that traditional leaders were also there. Can you maybe tell us a little bit more about the role of traditional leaders if you want to open up a business, whether it's a big mall or even a small spaza shop? What is the role of traditional leaders in that context?
Yeah, the role of the traditional leaders are actually administering the land on behalf of Ingonyama Trust. That means prior to you getting a piece of land, first you must consult with Ingosi, identify the piece of land, sign an ITB2 form, which will be submitted to Ingonyama Trust for the approval of Ingonyama Trust. And if the Nkosi then agree, because when the Nkosi is signing that ITB2, that means the consultation process with Nkosi has been finalized, the land has been identified. And then that sort of a letter, ITB form is submitted to a planning department of the municipality, so that they actually, because most of the land in rural areas is actually zoned for agriculture. So the zoning process is actually being conducted and in consultation with the planning division from the municipality. Thereafter that, the funders, the developers then can start the process. after Ingonyama Trust has actually approved and in consultation with the municipality to say the municipality, that land has never been identified for any other part of development, because with in municipality ITP processes, they have to identify the pieces of land in rural areas and identify the project. If the municipality say that no, we're exempting that land, there's no development that is planned for that piece of land, then the go-ahead is being given to the developer.
Does it cost money to get that approval from the traditional leaders? Do you have to pay a fee?
No, in terms of that, there is no fee that is actually paid, but you know, there's a greeting fee. So if you go to Nkosi, you must greet Nkosi. Or you get a can of Coke for Nkosi. But that one is not receipted. So there's no fee, in fact.
You pay 100 rand only for those, for the other, then they take the papers further.
Yeah, then the 100 rand is just after that they've been actually approved. Then we pay a monthly of 100 rand. You know, the issue that is being raised by the developer, when we talk about this contribution of a certain percentage to the land and accommodation and stuff, they said no, they are actually obliged by the Ingonyama Trust, the piece of legislation that regulates Ingonyama Trust, to pay, because the land must be leased for 40 years. And they are saying that no, every year they have to pay a certain percentage to Ingonyama Trust. And that money can actually, is going to be actually claimed by the traditional leaders for the development of their area. To them, that contribution is sufficient for them to contribute to the community. If you're negotiating anything above that, then they said, no, we cannot actually afford that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your submissions. And that brings this afternoon's session to a close. We begin again tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
So, sorry, one more question. There are a number of proofs and submissions to be made after that. Where do we send this thing to?
You can send it to the email is retail@compcom.co.za. There is a slide here.
I think you can just do it afterwards.
On the side.
Why don't you actually just give them the details? So it's not
Sure.
just email. Yeah.
That's fine.